This video is for those restless nights when your mind needs somewhere peaceful to wander. Tonight, we travel to ancient thresholds, places where stone remembers what we've forgotten, where the ground itself whispers stories older than written words. Over the next few hours, you'll drift through caves that breathed mist before empires existed, and forests that hold the geometry of vanished cities beneath their roots. Each story moves slowly, like water carving limestone, giving your gate to hell. The locals call it Diavolsko Garlo, the Devil's Throat. And for 3,000 years, travelers have stood at its entrance, feeling the cold mist against their skin, hearing the endless roar of water falling into darkness. But before we speak of caves and stone, we must speak of music. We must speak of Orpheus, the legend of the poet who sang to Death. Long before this cave had a name, before empires rose across these valleys, there lived a young man whose voice could make the world pause and listen. Orpheus was not just a musician. He was music itself made flesh. Trees would uproot themselves and walk closer. Wild animals would lie down beside hunters and forget their hunger. Even stones, those most stubborn of Earth's children, would shift and sigh with pleasure at his melodies. Born in a cave near the Thracian city of Proprietary, now ruins that tourists wander through with wonder, trying to imagine the temple fortress that once crowned the hill. Orpheus was the son of a muse. His mother, Calliope, gave him the gift of words. His father, whether mortal king or divine river god, gave him the human heart that made those words matter. From childhood, he carried a lyre, and from the moment his fingers first touched its strings, the world around him transformed into an audience that could not look away. Picture him as a young man, dark-haired and bright-eyed, wandering the valleys of Thrace with his instrument. He would pause at springs to sing for the water nymphs, who would rise from their pools to weep at the beauty of his verses. He would climb to mountain meadows and serenade the sunrise, and shepherds working the high pastures would stop mid-task, their hands frozen in the air, tears streaming down their weathered faces without knowing why. This was not mere entertainment. This was the kind of beauty that reminded you what it meant to be alive, that made your heart swell until you thought it might break from the sheer joy of existing in a world where such sounds were possible. He was, quite simply, the best at what he did. And what he did was turn the chaos of human emotion into something so perfect, so crystalline, that even the gods would lean down from Olympus to listen. Then he met Eurydice. She was a wood nymph, a daughter of oaks and morning dew, and the moment their eyes met, both of them understood that everything before had been prologue. Their love was immediate and absolute. They married in a spring meadow filled with wildflowers, and Orpheus sang their wedding song, and every creature within 10 valleys came to hear it, drawn by the sound of joy made audible. The wedding feast lasted until sunset. As the last light faded from the sky, Eurydice walked through the meadow grass with her bridesmaids laughing, her hair crowned with flowers, her feet bare on the earth. She did not see the serpent coiled in the shadows. One moment she was stepping forward into her new life. The next she was falling, the venom already racing through her veins. By the time Orpheus reached her side, she was already growing cold, her eyes already looking past him towards something he could not see. She died in his arms as the first stars appeared, and the music died with her. He could not sing, could barely speak. Food tasted like ash. Wine turned bitter in his mouth. His friends tried to comfort him, told him that death was natural, that time would heal, that life would call him back. But Orpheus had spent his entire existence learning to hear the world's secret harmonies, and now he heard something else, a whisper beneath the wind, a current beneath the silence. Eurydice's voice calling to him from somewhere below. The old priests told him about Devil's Throat Cave, the place where the Trigrad River vanished into the mountain's heart. They said it was the entrance to the underworld, the gate through which the dead passed into the realm of Hades. They said no living person could make that journey and return. If there was a path, it could be walked. He picked up his lyre for the first time since Eurydice's death and began to walk south toward the mountains. When he reached the cave, he understood why they called it the Devil's Throat. The entrance gaped wide as a cathedral, a stone mouth exhaling cold breath that smelled of deep earth and ancient water. Inside, he could hear the roar, not a sound so much as a physical force, a thunder that seemed to originate in the mountain's bones. The Trigrad River plunged over an edge he could not see, falling straight down into darkness. Orpheus did not hesitate. He stepped into the mouth and began to descend. The journey took days. He followed the sound of falling water through passages that twisted deeper and deeper into stone. His torch burned low, then lower, casting shadows that moved like living things. The roar never changed, never grew closer or farther away. It simply was a constant reminder that he had left the surface world behind. Modern spelunkers who have mapped these chambers describe it as disorienting, a white noise that makes it impossible to gauge distance or direction. Orpheus must have felt he was walking through sound itself, through the space between notes, through the silence that underlies all music. And then he entered the roaring hall. Even now, if you visit Devil's Throat Cave, this chamber will stop you in your tracks. It is more than 40 meters wide and 35 meters high, large enough to contain an entire cathedral with its ceiling so far above that headlamps dissolve before reaching it. The ancients were not exaggerating when they said it was a throne room fit for gods. Standing there, this is what it means to enter a sacred place, to be reminded that you are small, and that smallness is not weakness, but truth. Orpheus stood in the center of this vast darkness, his torch a single point of light in an ocean of shadow, and looked around for some sign of the lord of this realm. He saw no throne, no god, no door. Only stone walls that seemed to shift and breathe in the torchlight, their surfaces textured with formations that looked almost like faces, profiles with strong noses and deep-set eyes, pairs of figures that seemed to embrace or turn away from each other. Among these stone faces, he thought he saw one that looked like Eurydice, frozen in the moment of turning, her mouth open as if speaking his name. And then he understood. He was not here to find a door. He was here to knock on one. The song. At first, it was just sound notes falling into the roar of water, seemingly absorbed and lost. But he did not stop. He played the melody he had played for Eurydice on the day they met, when the world was young and death was something that happened to other people. He played the harmonies that made stones weep, the rhythms that made rivers change course. And slowly, the cave began to respond. The roar seemed to diminish, or perhaps his music simply grew to match it. The echoes stopped scattering and began to organize themselves, doubling his melody, creating harmonies he had not played. It was as if the cave itself were joining him, as if the stone walls were learning his song and singing it back with 10,000 voices. Then he began to sing. His voice was cracked at first, raw from weeks of silence and grief. But as he sang, it grew stronger, clearer, until it filled the great chamber with a sound that was somehow both vast and intimate. The sound of one human heart speaking directly to another across the boundary of death. He sang of love, yes, but not the easy love of spring meadows and wedding feasts. He sang of the love that endures past the ending, the love that refuses to accept that death is the final word. He sang of how Eurydice's laugh could light a dark room, how her hand felt in his, how the world had more color when she walked through it. He sang of loss. Not the abstract philosophical loss that makes for pretty poetry, but the raw animal loss that wakes you at midnight with your arms reaching for someone who will never be there again. He sang of the empty chair across from him at breakfast, the silence where her voice should be, the way hope could rise in his chest when he heard footsteps in the hall, only to crash back down when the person who appeared was anyone but her. And then, miraculously, he sang of beauty. of how knowing her, even for a brief season, had been worth any price. Of how he would rather have loved and lost than never felt what he felt when she smiled at him that first morning, sunlight caught in her hair like trapped gold. The song built and built, echoing off stone walls that had stood silent for millennia. It filled the chamber until there was no space left for anything else. No darkness, no cold, no death. Just music, pure and perfect, the kind of beauty that shouldn't exist in a world this broken but somehow does anyway. When he finally lowered his lyre, the silence that followed was different from the silence before. It was listening. Then came a voice from everywhere and nowhere, Orpheus. The god had heard him, the bargain and the assent. Hades, lord of the underworld, moved by music for perhaps the first time in his eternal existence, made Orpheus an offer. He could take Eurydice back to the surface world. But he must walk ahead of her, must not look back, must not confirm she was there until they both stood in sunlight again. One glance backward and she would be lost forever. It seems simple, doesn't it? Just walk forward. But think about what he was asking. To walk for days through darkness, hearing what might be footsteps behind you, what might be breathing, what might be her voice calling your name. To walk with hope burning in your chest, but no proof that you weren't walking alone. To resist the urge to look back. Orpheus accepted the terms. He turned toward the passage that would lead upward and began to walk. Behind him, in the darkness, he heard what might have been footsteps. Light ones, tentative, as if someone unused to walking were learning again how to place one foot before the other. Or perhaps it only seemed longer because every step required an act of will. His mind invented sounds, the brush of cloth against stone, the catch of breath in a throat, his own name whispered so softly it might be imagination. Was she there? The only way to know was to look, and looking meant losing. The darkness looked the same everywhere. Time stretched and compressed. Minutes felt like hours, hours like minutes. All the while, the terrible question burned in his mind. Was he walking toward reunion, or had he been deceived? Was Hades cruel or merciful? Was hope itself a kind of torment designed to make the final loss unbearable? Not torchlight, not the reflected gleam of water, but real light. They would be out. He took one step, another. The light grew brighter. He could feel fresh air on his face, smell pine trees and morning dew. His foot crossed the threshold. He had made it. And in that moment, whether because he could not believe he had succeeded, or because he heard her gasp behind him, or because the relief of success made him forget the prohibition, or simply because he was human, and humans look back, he turned. She was there. She had been there the whole time, just a few steps behind him, her hand reaching forward, her mouth forming his name, her eyes meeting his with an expression of such love and such knowing that he understood everything in a single terrible instant. She had trusted him. She had followed him out of death itself. The moment his eyes met hers, she began to fade, becoming translucent, then transparent, her hand still reaching forward even as she dissolved back into shadow. He lunged toward her but caught only air. She was gone, not dead. She had already been dead, but gone beyond even death, beyond any reaching, beyond even the possibility of another attempt. What came after? His rejection of all comfort, all company, all possibility of new love. The violent end at the hands of Maenads, his head and lyre thrown into the river, still singing as they floated toward the sea. But let us not dwell on endings. Let us instead return to the place where it began. You can visit it today, can stand where Orpheus stood and hear what he heard. The Trigrad River still plunges 42 meters straight down, the height of a 14-story building, into a chamber so vast it defies comprehension. Hydrologists have dropped dye into the water, watched some emerge kilometers away, some never emerge at all. The cave never gives back what it takes, the locals say. But perhaps that is because what the cave takes becomes part of it, woven into the stone and water and endless sound. Not far from the cave, you can visit the ruins of Proprietary, believed by many to be Orpheus's birthplace. This ancient Thracian city crowns a hill where temples and fortresses stood for over 7,000 years. Walk through its remains, and you walk through layers of history. Thracian sanctuaries where priests read prophecy in sacred fires, Roman fortifications, Byzantine churches. The rock here remembers human voices, human dreams, human stories told and retold until myth and history become indistinguishable. Or journey to the Tatul Sanctuary, another Thracian site in the Rhodope Mountains, where a stone tomb cut directly into the rock summit has watched over these valleys for 4,000 years. The Thracians built their sacred places at thresholds, mountain peaks, cave entrances, springs where water emerged from the earth. They understood that meaning lives at boundaries. They are alive with story. Every crumbled wall, every ancient hearth, every altar worn smooth by hands now dust. They speak of people who looked at the same mountains we see, who loved and lost and tried to make sense of it all through ritual and song. Orpheus may or may not have stood in these exact places, but the people who told his story certainly did. They stood here, looked at these mountains, entered that cave, and created a myth that would outlive empires. What the story teaches. Each H's the myth of Orpheus has endured for 3,000 years, not because it offers comfort, but because it tells us something true, that love is worth the journey. Even when the journey, that the attempt matters more than the outcome. That singing into darkness is itself an act of defiance against death. But there is something else the story teaches, something often overlooked in retellings that focus on the tragedy. Orpheus did something that had never been done before and has never been done since. He walked into death itself and walked back out. Yes, he lost Eurydice again. But for a moment, for days perhaps, he had her back. He heard her footsteps behind him. He felt her presence. He knew she was there, following him, trusting him, choosing him even in the realm of the dead. The love they shared was real, and the song he sang in the underworld, the song that moved a god who had heard 10,000 lifetimes of pleading and had never once relented. That song was real too. It continues to echo, not just in the cave where it was first sung, but in every heart that has ever loved deeply enough to be willing to descend into impossible darkness for impossible reasons. Stand at the entrance to Devil's Throat Cave and feel the cold breath on your face. Hear the roar from below. See the faces the water has carved into stone over millennia, and understand that this place is not teaching us about death. It teaches us that love is powerful enough to move gods, even if it is not powerful enough to overcome death. It teaches us that the journey matters, the attempt matters, the song matters, even when the outcome is not what we hoped. It teaches us that being human means trying anyway, singing anyway, descending anyway, not because we believe we will succeed, but because the alternative, to stand at the entrance doing nothing while those we love slip away into darkness, is not living but merely existing. The cave reminds us that there are thresholds, and crossing them changes us. But the love that drives us to try, the music we create in our striving, the bonds we forge in the face of certain loss, these things endure. Orpheus teaches us that love does not conquer death, but neither does death conquer love. What we carry in our hearts, the connections we make, the beauty we create and share, these things persist beyond any individual ending. The song continues even after the singer has fallen silent. The story survives even after the story's subjects have vanished into myth. And so we stand here 3,000 years later at this same entrance with this same cold wind on our faces, and we understand the gate is always open. The question is not whether to enter, but whether we will have the courage to sing when we do. Whether we will love deeply enough, try boldly enough, hope fiercely enough to make the journey worthwhile, regardless of where it leads. The answer, if we are lucky, is yes. Yes to the attempt, the striving, the impossible hope. Because in the end, it is not the success or failure that defines us. It is the willingness to try. It is the beauty we create in the trying. It is the love that moves us to pick up the lyre and begin to play, even when the audience is darkness and stone and death itself. The cave still breathes. And somewhere in the echoes, if you listen closely enough, you can still hear Orpheus singing. Not laments for what was lost, but celebrations of what was found, however briefly. Songs that remind us that to love at all is to risk this kind of loss, and that the risk is worth taking. This is what the gate to hell teaches, that hell is not permanent, not absolute, not the final word. That we can walk into the underworld and back out again, changed but unbroken, carrying with us proof that beauty exists, that connection is real, that the bonds we forge with each other are stronger than stone and older than mountains. The myth is not a tragedy. He sang so beautifully that death itself paused to listen. He descended into the deepest darkness and found light there, found love there, found meaning there. And we, standing at the same threshold thousands of years later, learn the same lesson, that to be human is to love, to lose, to try anyway, and to sing. Always to sing. No matter how dark the chamber, no matter how cold the stone, no matter how final the silence seems. The gate remains open. The invitation stands. The answer, if you are alive, if you have ever loved, if you understand what it means to be human, is yes. Always yes. The White Giants of the Garden City, Brazil. They speak of the giants who walked among their ancestors, tall beings with skin pale as moonlight, who built a city unlike any other the world had known. But before we speak of cities hidden beneath jungle canopy, before we explore what satellites and lasers have revealed, we must listen to the story as it was meant to be told, around evening fires with the forest listening and the stars appearing one by one through gaps in the great green ceiling above. The legend of the White Giants. In the time before memory became stories, before stories became songs, the forest was different. The rivers ran clearer, the trees grew taller, and the space between earth and sky seemed thinner, as if the world of spirits and the world of humans were still learning to be separate from each other. In those days, say the Xingu elders, there came to the forest a people who walked differently from ordinary humans. They were tall, so tall that when they stood upright, their heads reached the lower branches of the canopy. Their skin was pale, almost luminous in the dappled forest light, like the white clay the river reveals in the dry season, or like the moon reflected in still water. The indigenous people who first encountered them called them the White Giants, though giant in their language meant not just size but presence. These were not conquerors, not invaders, not the pale-skinned strangers who would come much later with steel and disease and greed. These were something else entirely. Builders who understood that a city did not need to dominate the land, but could grow with it, as naturally as trees grow toward light. The white giants came walking out of the west, following paths that seemed to appear beneath their feet. The forest people watched in amazement as they moved through the dense jungle without hacking or burning, without struggle or violence. They stepped between trees as if the trees had expected them, as if every tangled vine and thorn bush had already agreed to let them pass. Where they walked, straight roads appeared. Not built exactly, but revealed, as if the forest had been holding these pathways secret, waiting for someone who knew how to see them. And here is the most wondrous thing, the detail that makes even the most skeptical listener pause. These giants left no footprints. The Xingu elders emphasize this point because it is not metaphor but observation. On paths where an ordinary person's passage would leave clear marks in soft earth, where a jaguar's paw prints would press deep into mud, the white giants walked and the ground remained unmarked, as if they weighed nothing at all, or as if the earth itself conspired to keep their passage secret. The city without walls. They simply began to create, and what they created was so beautiful, so harmonious with the forest's own rhythms, that even the most territorial of nature's guardians could not object. They did not build upward, as humans so often do, stacking stone on stone to make monuments to their own importance. They built outward and inward simultaneously, creating a city that was more garden than settlement, more living thing than structure. Where other civilizations would raise walls, they planted orchards. Where others would erect fortresses, they dug canals that turned swampland into abundance. Imagine a city spread across the forest like a constellation of stars across the night sky, each dwelling a point of light, each plaza a space for gathering, all connected by roads straight as thought itself. The houses were not crowded together but spaced generously, each with its own gardens where fruit trees grew heavy with papaya and guava, where corn and cassava pushed up through rich black earth, where flowers bloomed in colors. The forest itself seemed surprised to produce. Between the houses ran waterways, not natural rivers, but channels. The giants had encouraged into being, teaching the water where to flow to bring the most life to the most places. Fish swam in these canals, growing fat and lazy, knowing they would be caught only when needed and never to waste. The water itself was clean enough to drink, clear enough to see the sandy bottom even in depths that reached above a man's head. The roads connecting everything were marvels in themselves. Perfectly straight, raised slightly above the surrounding forest floor to stay dry even in the rainy season, wide enough for people to walk side by side and talk as they went. These were not the brutal straight lines that modern engineers cut through landscape without regard for what lives there. These were gentle straightness, paths that somehow managed to honor the forest even as they made passage through it easy. Animals would use them too, the stories say. Tapirs and peccaries walking the giants' roads at night, deer pausing to drink from the roadside canals at dawn. The giants showed the forest people how to make the black earth, the terra preta that even now, thousands of years later, remains the richest soil in the Amazon. They taught them to transform waste into wealth, fish bones and fruit scraps, ash from controlled burns, pottery shards and human waste, all composted together with patience and knowledge until it became soil so fertile that seeds would practically explode into growth when planted there. This was not agriculture as domination, but agriculture as conversation, asking the earth what it wanted to grow and helping it grow more of that. At the heart of their city. If something without a single center can be said to have a heart, were plazas where people gathered for markets, ceremonies, celebrations, and the simple pleasure of being together. These spaces were not paved, but planted with grasses that grew thick and soft, perfect for sitting, for children to play, for festivals that lasted from sunset to sunrise. Around the plazas stood larger structures, meeting houses where elders could deliberate, storage buildings for community resources, workshops where craftspeople taught their skills to anyone willing to learn. But there were no temples, no palaces, no monuments to gods or kings. The white giants built for living, not for posterity or pride. They seemed to understand that true greatness is not about what endures, but about what flourishes while it lasts. The covenant with the forest. They learned that you could take from the forest abundantly without taking everything. That water could be guided without being controlled. That waste was simply resources, not yet recognized as such. But most importantly, they learned about the covenant. The white giants explained it clearly. This city existed by permission of the forest spirits. The trees allowed houses because the houses made space for more life, not less. The rivers shared their fish because the fish were honored, caught only when hungry, never wasted. The rain nourished the gardens because the gardens gave back to the earth more than they took from it. This was not dominion but partnership, not conquest but collaboration. As long as the people honored this covenant, as long as they took only what they needed, gave back what they could, respected the forest as a living being with its own sovereignty, the city would thrive. The gardens would overflow with fruit. The fish would practically leap into nets. The dark earth would make everything grow with impossible abundance. But if the covenant was broken, if the people forgot that they were guests in a forest that predated them by millions of years and would outlast them just as long, then the forest would remember its own power. It would take back what had been borrowed. It would fold the city back into itself until only trees remembered where people once lived. For many generations, the covenant held. The city flourished. Families grew, children played in plaza grasses, elders shared wisdom beneath fruit trees heavy with harvest. The white giants walked their straight roads and taught and built and created, and the forest people learned and grew and thrived beside them. The breaking. But all covenants depend on memory, and memory fades. The stories do not say exactly how it happened, whether it was gradual forgetting or sudden betrayal, slow drift or sharp break. Perhaps it was as simple as a new generation deciding that the old ways were superstition, that the forest was just trees and trees could be cut without consequence. Perhaps it was outsiders arriving with different ideas about what land was for, what ownership meant, what progress demanded. Whatever the cause, the result was clear. The covenant broke. The dark earth, which had made everything grow, seemed to lose its power seeds. Planted there would sprout weakly or not at all. Rain came at the wrong times, or not enough, or too much. The straight roads began to curve and crack as roots pushed up from below. Vines that had stayed decorously to the sides began to creep across paths and up walls. The white giants watched this with sorrow but not surprise. They had seen it before, perhaps, in other places. They knew that what cannot be sustained must end, that what is not honored will be withdrawn, that the forest's patience, while vast, is not infinite. One morning, the stories say, the forest people woke to find the giants gone. They had not said goodbye, had not announced departure. They had simply walked back out the way they came, following their straight roads into the western forest until the green swallowed them, and they were seen no more. Some say they were spirits who had taken human form for a time and simply returned to the spirit world. Some say they were people from a distant land who knew when it was time to move on. Some say they became the trees themselves, their pale skin transforming into white bark, their height lifting them up to join the canopy they had always seemed to touch. Whatever their fate, their city remained for a while. But without them to tend it, without people who understood the covenant to maintain it, the forest began its reclamation. Slowly at first, then faster, then with irresistible force. The straight roads disappeared beneath leaf litter and new growth. Within a generation, you could walk through where the city had been and see nothing but forest, ancient, unbroken, keeping its secrets. The trees that grew where houses had stood grew straighter, taller, as if the dark earth beneath them still held some of that ancient richness. The clearings where plazas had welcomed gatherings remained somehow more open than other clearings, as if the forest respected the memory of human joy that had happened there. And the roads, though invisible to ordinary eyes, remained, not as physical paths, but as absences, as spaces where the forest grew just slightly less dense, as if the trees themselves recalled that people once walked here and might walk here again. The forest keeps its promises. For thousands of years, the Garden City slept beneath green. Generations of indigenous people told the story, kept the memory alive. But the physical city itself seemed lost forever, dissolved back into the forest as completely as morning mist dissolves into sunshine. Then came the Seekers. In the early 20th century, a British explorer named Percy Fawcett became obsessed with rumors of lost cities in the Amazon. The indigenous people told him stories of the white giants, of vast settlements without stone pyramids or golden temples, of urban centers that worked with the forest rather than against it. Most of his fellow Europeans laughed at these tales, Everyone knew that the Amazon couldn't support large populations, that the soil was too poor, the jungle too harsh, that civilization required stone and metal, and the kind of monuments that declared human superiority over nature. But Fawcett listened. He believed. In 1925, he walked into the forest looking for what he called the lost city of Z, and was never seen again. For decades, he was considered a fool, his theories dismissed as fantasy. Then, in the 1960s and 70s, three Brazilian brothers, Orlando, Claudio, and Leonardo Vilas Boas, lived among the Xingu people and listened to their stories. They explored the forest carefully, respectfully, and began to notice things, subtle geometric patterns in how trees grew, straight clearings that seemed too straight to be natural, raised earthworks that erosion hadn't quite erased. They documented what they found, but the technology of their time couldn't see what the forest had hidden. The forest, it seemed, was keeping its promises. It had taken back the city, but it had not destroyed it. It had covered it, preserved it, held it safe beneath green, until humans were ready to understand what they were seeing. The seeing. LiDAR. Light detection and ranging sends millions of laser pulses per second down from aircraft flying overhead. Most of those pulses bounce off leaves and branches, but some slip through gaps and hit the ground, returning with measurements so precise they can detect variations in elevation of just a few centimeters. When archaeologists flew LiDAR over the upper Xingu Basin, the forest gave up its secrets. There, revealed in the data like a photograph developing in solution, were the giants' cities. Not one city, but dozens, hundreds, thousands. A network of settlements spread across an area larger than many modern countries, all connected by those impossibly straight roads the stories had described. Circular plazas where the legends said plazas would be. Causeways and bridges and canals, all still there beneath the soil and roots and centuries of leaf fall. The city the Xingu called Kuhikugu appeared like a ghost in the data. Fortified settlements surrounded by ditches and palisades, suggesting that even garden cities sometimes needed defending. Around it, clusters of smaller settlements, each with its own plaza, its own gardens, its own identity, all linked by those geometric roads. To date, archaeologists have identified over 10,000 earthworks across the Amazon basin. Each one representing not just physical construction, but human intention, community cooperation, knowledge accumulated and applied. These were not primitive villages or temporary camps. These were sophisticated urban centers, home to populations in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, thriving in a place modern science said could not support them. And everywhere the researchers looked, they found the black earth terra preta, sometimes in layers 3 feet deep. Soil created by human hands over centuries of careful composting. Soil so rich that modern farmers prize it above any fertilizer. Soil that is still, after thousands of years, more fertile than the surrounding forest floor. The giant's gift to the forest: take from us, use us, but let us make you richer for our having been here. The curious. The curious. Studies estimate that up to 12% of the Amazon's tree species were deliberately planted by indigenous people. Those groves of Brazil nuts. The concentration of palm trees near waterways, encouraged and maintained. The forest itself is, in part, an artifact of human cultivation, a garden so old and so vast that we forgot it was a garden and mistook it for wilderness. The white giants and the people who learned from them understood something we are only now relearning, that humans can be a positive force in an ecosystem, that our presence can increase biodiversity rather than diminish it, that collaboration with nature produces better results than domination of it. Consider the fish farms the LiDAR revealed. Large ponds connected to rivers by controlled channels, where fish could be encouraged to gather without being trapped, where aquaculture happened without destroying wild populations. These weren't simple weirs or traps, but sophisticated systems that understood fish behavior, seasonal patterns, and sustainable yield. The people who built these systems could have caught every fish. Instead, they caught enough fish leaving plenty to breed and maintain populations for the next season, the next generation, the next 1,000 years. Or consider the roads. Absolutely straight, sometimes running for dozens of kilometers, connecting settlements with a precision that suggests advanced surveying knowledge. How do you create a straight line through dense jungle without modern tools? The same way you create a city without domination. You ask the land what it wants to show you, and you follow what it reveals. These roads often follow ridgelines or natural high ground, suggesting the builders understood hydrology, knew where water would flow and where land would stay dry. The straightness wasn't imposed on the landscape, it was discovered within it. And here's something that will make you think. Many of these earthworks align with astronomical events. Certain plazas are oriented to catch the sunset on the solstice. Some roads point towards specific star risings. These weren't accidents or coincidences. They were built with intention by people who understood that living on Earth means living under the stars, that our home is not just this planet but this corner of the cosmos, that time is marked by celestial patterns as much as by seasons or generations. The white giants, it seems, taught not just how to build, but how to see. Not just how to shape Earth, but how to recognize the shapes that Earth itself suggests. They were, in the deepest sense, gardeners. People who understand that their role is not to create from nothing but to encourage what is already there, to see potential and help it realize itself, to work with forces larger than themselves rather than against them. Where you can see it. Today, the forest guards its secrets still, but it also shares them with those who approach respectfully. You can visit the Xingu Indigenous Park in Mato Grosso, Brazil. The park was created with the help of the Villas, Boas brothers, and remains one of the best preserved areas of the Amazon. Here, you can see living communities that maintain relationships with the land similar to those the legends describe. The earthworks are there, subtle but visible if you know how to look. Rises in the land where houses stood, depressions where plazas welcomed gatherers, the dark earth where gardens flourished. Local guides, members of the indigenous communities, can show you the patterns, explain the stories, help you see not just mounds of dirt, but the footprints of civilizations. They'll point out the straight lines in tree growth that mark ancient roads, the places where the soil is darker, where villages stood, the fish ponds that still function after 1,000 years of apparent abandonment. Near the town of Kanarana, accessible by small aircraft from Brasilia or Cuiabá, researchers have documented particularly impressive earthworks. Circular plazas 20 meters across, surrounded by rings of darker earth where houses stood, causeways that still rise above the surrounding forest floor, canals that still hold water in the rainy season, still channel flow in predictable patterns, still serve the functions they were designed for millennia ago. The Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology at the University of São Paulo houses artifacts recovered from these sites. Pottery decorated with intricate designs, tools shaped from stone and bone, remnants of textiles that show sophisticated weaving techniques. Each artifact is a voice from the past saying, "We were here, we were skilled, we created beauty, we lived well." But the most powerful thing you can see costs nothing and requires no permission. Download the LiDAR data that researchers have made publicly available and look at the images for yourself. There, in lines of data transformed into visual maps, you can see the ghosts of the garden cities, the geometric precision of the plazas, the ruler straight roads, the networks of canals and earthworks spreading across kilometers of what looks, from the surface, like untouched jungle. It's like looking at an X-ray and seeing bones beneath skin, seeing structure beneath surface, seeing truth beneath appearance. It folded the cities back into itself, but it did not erase them. It held them safe until we developed eyes that could see through green. What the giants teach us. It's about a way of living that treats the earth as a partner rather than a possession, that understands abundance comes from giving back as much as taking, that sees cities not as separate from nature but as extensions of it. The giants left no footprints, not because they were spirits, but because they moved through the world so lightly that the world barely noticed their passage. This is the opposite of the modern approach, where we measure our importance by the size of the mark we leave, the weight of our footprint, the permanence of our structures. The giants measured success by a different standard, by how much life flourished in their presence, by how rich the soil became, by how abundant the fish grew, by how happy the people were. When the covenant broke, the forest took the city back. But notice what it didn't do. It didn't destroy it. It didn't erase it. It covered it, preserved it, kept it safe beneath layers of green until humans were ready to see it properly, to understand what they were looking at, to recognize that what they thought was primitive was actually sophisticated. What they assumed was impossible was actually achieved. What they dismissed as legend was actually achieved. What they dismissed as legend was actually memory. The white giant's greatest gift was not the cities themselves, but the knowledge they left embedded in the land. Every foot of dark earth is a lesson in sustainable living. Every straight road is a demonstration that precision and harmony are not opposites. Every plaza is a reminder that cities are for gathering, for joy, for the celebration of being alive together in a world that allows such marvels. And the covenant itself. It's what every successful civilization eventually learns or fails to learn. The ones that learn it thrive for centuries. The ones that don't end up as mysterious ruins that puzzle archaeologists who wonder how such impressive societies could simply collapse. The Amazon cities didn't collapse. They chose to return to the forest when the covenant broke, recognizing that the forest's claim was older and wiser than their own. This is not failure, it's respect. It's understanding that our tenure on Earth is temporary, that we are guests, not owners. That the greatest legacy we can leave is not monuments that outlast us, but soil that enriches the life that comes after us. The eternal garden. Today, as climate change and deforestation threaten the Amazon, the story of the white giants becomes more relevant than ever. They proved that large populations can live in the rainforest sustainably, that urban civilization and biodiversity can coexist, that humans can be a positive force in the ecosystem if they choose to be. The terra preta they created still works. Seeds planted in thousand-year-old garden soil still grow faster, stronger, healthier than seeds planted in regular forest soil. The forest they tended still stands in some places, still provides, still teaches. The canals they dug still channel water. The roads they built still mark paths through green. This is the kind of eternity that matters, not the eternity of stone pyramids that stand empty while the world changes around them, but the eternity of living systems that continue to function, continue to provide, continue to teach long after their creators have returned to the earth. When you plant a tree, you create something that outlasts you. When you build dark earth, you gift richness to generations you'll never meet. When you design systems that work with nature rather than against it, you create stability that persists through changes that destroy less flexible structures. This is how you live forever, not through monuments to yourself, but through gifts to the future. The white giants understood this. They built cities that could be folded back into the forest when needed, knowing that the forest would keep them safe. They created soil that would remain rich centuries after the last hand tended it. They taught people principles that would survive even when the specific practices changed. They worked in partnership with systems larger than themselves, and those systems honored that partnership by preserving their legacy in ways they might never have imagined. The promise. Here is the most hopeful thing about the White Giant's story. They proved it's possible. Humans can live abundantly without destroying the systems that support them. We can build cities that enhance ecosystems rather than replacing them. We can create beauty and comfort and community while making the world richer for our presence. The covenant they offered was not a restriction, but a liberation. Freedom from the endless hunger that never satisfies, from the competition that has no winners, from the domination that impoverishes both dominated and dominator. Work with the forest, and the forest works with you. Honor the earth, and the earth honors you back. Take what you need, give what you can, and abundance appears as if by magic, though it's not magic at all, just the natural result of systems in balance. This is not nostalgia for a lost past. It's a reminder that alternative futures are possible, that the path we're on is not the only path, that we can still choose to live differently if we want to. The forest still stands, holding beneath its green canopy the evidence that humans once built something magnificent by building with humility. The dark earth still waits, ready to make things grow again if we remember how to tend it. The straight roads still run beneath vines and roots, paths that could be walked again if we learn to walk as lightly as the giants did. And the covenant still stands, though we have forgotten to honor it. Take only what you need. Give back what you can. Treat the world as a living being deserving of respect, and the world will sustain you beyond your wildest imaginings of abundance. The white giants left no footprints, but they left something better, a path. Not a physical path, but a way forward. A demonstration that humans can thrive without dominating, can build without destroying, can create cities that are gardens, and gardens that are cities. They walked into the western forest and disappeared, but they did not leave us. They are in the straight roads that still suggest where to walk. They are in the stories that still teach how to live. They are in the forest itself, which keeps its promises, which remembers, which holds safe what we have forgotten until we are ready to remember again. The city is still there, waiting beneath green. The covenant is still offered, waiting for our acceptance. And somewhere in the forest, in the spaces between trees where the light falls just so, you can almost see them, tall figures with luminous skin, walking roads that appear beneath their feet, leaving no footprints but changing everything, showing us how to build, not for eternity of stone, but for eternity of life. The forest breathes. Will we walk lightly enough that our footprints fade while our gifts endure? The answer is growing in every seed that sprouts in ancient soil, every tree that rises toward light, every river that runs clear, every moment we choose collaboration over conquest. The white giants built a city without walls because they understood the greatest truth. Walls keep things out, but gardens invite things in. And what comes in, when invited properly, is life abundant, joyful, sustainable, eternal. This is what they teach us from beneath green, from the dark earth they made, from the straight roads they walked, that we can build paradise if we build it as a garden, tend it as gardeners, honor it as the living thing it is. The forest remembers. The earth gives back. The covenant holds. And somewhere, perhaps, the giants smile, knowing that their greatest creation, not cities of earth but seeds of understanding, is finally beginning to sprout again, to grow toward light, to bear fruit that will feed generations yet to come. The garden waits. The forest calls. Realm of the Djinn, Algeria. Tassili Najer, the Sahara. In the heart of the Sahara, where the sun turns sand to gold and the wind writes stories that only the desert can read, there stands a forest unlike any other on earth. It is a forest of stone towers and pillars and arches carved from sandstone, rising from the plateau like frozen giants, like dancers caught mid-step, like prayers turned solid and left to weather the centuries. The Tuareg people who guide travelers through this landscape will tell you to be careful what you say here, to watch what you answer, to listen closely to the voices that call your name in the wind. Because this is Tassili Najer, the plateau of rivers, and it is home to the Djinn. But before we speak of spirits and stone forests, before we explore what modern science has revealed in this ancient place, we must first listen to the stories that have echoed across these rocks for 10,000 years. The legend of the stone forest. The legend of the stone forest. Long ago, say the desert people. Before the Sahara was a desert, when these lands were green and rivers ran where now only wind flows, the Djinn lived openly among humans. They were beings of smokeless fire, creatures of the space between physical and spiritual, neither wholly of this world nor entirely beyond it. Some were beautiful beyond description, others terrible to behold. All were powerful, capricious, and bound by laws that humans could barely comprehend. The Djinn of Tassili were different from their cousins elsewhere. Perhaps it was the landscape that shaped them, the strange rocks that seemed already halfway between solid and dream. Whatever the reason, the Djinn here were known as storytellers, keepers of secrets, guardians of the threshold between what was and what could be. They walked freely in those days, the elders say. They would visit human settlements in the evening, bringing news from distant lands, teaching songs that had never been sung before, telling stories that made listeners forget they had bodies at all, so caught up were they in the tale. But like all beings with power, the Djinn had rules. Laws that governed their existence, boundaries they could not cross, covenants that bound them as surely as gravity binds stones to earth. And the most important law was this: they could not lie, but they need not tell the whole truth. They could guide, but they could also mislead. They could answer when called, but those who called had better be certain they wanted the answer they would receive. They learned which questions to ask and which to leave unspoken. They learned the proper greetings, the respectful farewells, the phrases that created safety, and the words that invited danger. And for generations, the arrangement worked. Humans and Djinn shared the green land of Tassili, neither fully trusting the other but each recognizing the other's place in the world's pattern. Then came the breaking. Some say it was pride, a powerful Djinn who decided the laws no longer applied to him, who wanted to reshape the world according to his own vision, rather than accepting the boundaries set by forces older than even the Djinn themselves. Some say it was love. A Djinn who fell for a human and tried to break the law that kept them separate, paying the price for wanting what could not be had. Some say it was simply time, that the age when Djinn and humans could walk side by side was ending, and what happened was not rebellion but transition, not curse but change. Whatever the cause, the result was spectacular and terrible. On a night when the stars seemed closer than usual, when the air itself felt charged with possibility, the Djinn of Tassili gathered for what the stories call the last dancing. They came from every corner of the plateau, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, converging on the great stone amphitheater where the rocks formed natural terraces and the acoustics could carry a whisper for miles. They danced as only Djinn can dance, not bound by bodies or gravity or the usual laws of motion. They wove in and out of solid rock as easily as humans walk through air. They sang songs that made the stones themselves tremble with longing. They created beauty so profound that even the stars paused in their courses to watch. But they were breaking the law that said some thresholds must be maintained, some boundaries respected, some separations honored. By gathering all together, by dancing so openly, by refusing to hide their power, they were defying the deep covenant that allowed them to exist in the world at all. The punishment came with the dawn. As the first light touched the plateau, the dancing Djinn found themselves unable to move. Not frozen exactly, they could still think, still feel, still perceive the world around them. But they could not shift, between forms, could not slip between the solid and the spiritual, could not fade back into the smokeless fire from which they came. They had been caught mid-step, mid-dance, mid-transformation, and the desert itself had claimed them as its own. Over days and years and centuries, the transformation completed. The Djinn became stone, not dead, the stories insist, but changed. Transformed into the towering pillars and arches and fantastic shapes that now define Tassili Najer. Each strange rock formation is a Djinn frozen in the moment of their defiance, a dancer caught eternal in mid-step, a storyteller silenced but not gone. And at night, when the wind blows across the plateau, the stories say you can still hear them. The Djinn, trapped in stone, trying to complete their dance, calling out to each other across the centuries, warning travelers, teaching lessons, telling stories with the only voice left to them, the wind passing through their petrified forms, creating sounds that shouldn't exist, whispers and moans and songs without words. The voices in the wind desert, guides who lead tourists through Tassili, will tell you things they don't put in the official brochures. They'll tell you that certain formations have names, and you should never speak those names aloud after dark. They'll tell you that if you hear your own name called in the wind, you should not answer, because if you acknowledge the voice, you've entered into a conversation, and conversations with the Djinn have rules that most humans don't understand. They'll tell you about travelers who wandered away from their camps, following a voice that sounded like a friend or a family member, only to be found days later miles away, dehydrated and confused, with no memory of how they got there. They'll tell you about the spots where cameras malfunction, where compasses spin uselessly, where the normal rules of navigation seem to bend. But they'll also tell you the good stories. About the researcher who heard a voice warning him away from a path, only to discover later that the rock face he would have climbed was unstable and would have killed him. About the way certain rocks seem to shelter travelers from the worst of the storms, as if the stones themselves remember what it was to be protective. The Djinn are not evil, the guides will tell you. They are complicated. They are bound by rules you don't fully understand. They remember what they were before the stones claimed them. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, they use what voice they have left to help the living who pass through their frozen realm. One guide, an old Tuareg man named Musa who has walked these rocks for 40 years, once told a group of visitors, "The Djinn are not gone. They are here. In the stone, in the wind, in the space between, they watch, they listen, they remember everything. And if you are respectful, if you are humble, if you understand that you are a guest in a place far older and stranger than you can imagine, they will let you pass safely. They might even teach you something if you know how to listen. He paused, looking at the nearest rock tower, a formation that does, indeed, look remarkably like a robed figure with arms raised, frozen mid-gesture. But if you are foolish, he continued, if you are arrogant, if you think these are just rocks and stories are just stories, then be careful. Because the wind here has a long memory, and it knows your name before you speak it. They are not even the oldest. For when you walk through the stone forest, when you wind your way between the towers and arches and fantastic formations, you begin to notice something on the walls. Everywhere you look, on cliff faces and cave interiors, on overhangs and sheltered alcoves, thousands upon thousands of them, painted and carved into the rock, depicting a world that no longer exists. Here are elephants and giraffes rendered with such delicate attention that you can almost see them moving. There are hippopotamuses wallowing in rivers that haven't flowed for 8,000 years. There are aurochs, the wild cattle that went extinct, and crocodiles and lions and all the animals of a green savanna, painted by people who saw them daily, who knew them intimately, who shared the land with them. And there are the hunters, human figures carrying spears and bows, running alongside their prey, working together, celebrating kills. These images are old, but they feel immediate, alive with motion and purpose. But older than the hunters, stranger than the animals, are the figures that archaeologists call the round heads. These are not ordinary human portraits. They are tall figures with bulbous heads, decorated with complex patterns, wearing what appear to be masks or elaborate headdresses. Their bodies are often painted white or light colors, making them stand out from the darker rock. They appear in groups, often in scenes that suggest ritual or ceremony. Some of these round-head figures are enormous, towering over the other images on the wall. One of the most famous, known as the Great God of Sephar, is 6 meters tall, the height of a 2-story building, rendered with such power and presence that even modern viewers report feeling something like awe when standing before it. Who were these round heads? What were they doing? What were those objects they held? For years, fringe theorists claimed they were evidence of ancient astronauts, of alien visitors who came to the Sahara when it was green. But the truth, as revealed by careful archaeology and anthropology, is both more mundane and more magnificent. Shamans, perhaps, or priests. People in the midst of sacred ceremonies, wearing masks that transform them into something more than merely human, connecting earth and sky, the living and the spiritual, the ordinary world and the realm of the Djinn. The objects they hold. The paintings at Tin Tazarift show dancers holding mushroom-like objects, their postures suggesting the flowing, disconnected movement characteristic of psychedelic experience. This doesn't diminish the mystery. It deepens it. These people, 10,000 years ago, were exploring consciousness, reaching for transcendence, trying to cross the boundary between human and spirit. They were doing with ceremony and sacrament what every culture eventually attempts, breaking through the veil, touching the other, bringing back knowledge from realms that can't be visited in ordinary states of mind. And they painted what they experienced on the walls of Tassili, creating an art gallery that spans millennia, a record of human spiritual seeking that predates writing, predates cities, predates almost everything we think of as civilization. The changing world. The changing world. What makes the art of Tassili even more remarkable is that it documents an environmental transformation. The paintings are stratified, layered over each other as generations passed and the land changed. Then come the hunters with their herds of wild cattle. Then pastoral scenes, people with domesticated animals, indicating the shift from hunting to herding. Then horses and chariots, showing contact with cultures from the north. Then camels, marking the final transformation to true desert. Through art alone, you can watch the Sahara die. You can see the green savanna slowly fade, the rivers diminish, the elephants and giraffes disappear. The people adapt and finally migrate away, leaving only their images on stone to remember what was. The last paintings in Tassili are simple, almost heartbreaking in their sparseness. A few camels, a few palm trees, and vast empty spaces where once there had been abundance. By the time these final images were made, the artists knew they were recording a lost world, painting memory itself onto rock so that someone someday might know what had been here. And now, thousands of years later, we stand in front of these images, and we do know. We see the green Sahara through ancient eyes. We witness the slow catastrophe of climate change, not modern, but ancient, and just as devastating. We understand that the desert we see was not always desert, that the stone forest of the Djinn once rose from grasslands where rivers flowed and children played and people painted their lives on rock walls that would outlast civilizations. The voices of stone. The Djinn are said to be frozen spirits trapped in stone, speaking through the wind. Science tells us these formations are the result of extreme wind erosion over millions of years, sandstone shaped by relentless abrasion into fantastic forms that happen to resemble human figures. But walk through Tassili as evening falls, and you'll hear sounds that science struggles to fully explain. The wind doesn't just blow here, it performs. It creates tones and harmonics, whistles and moans, sounds that seem almost articulated, almost like speech. The rocks are shaped in such ways that they create acoustic effects, natural wind instruments on a massive scale. The desert guides are not wrong when they say the stones speak. Acoustically, literally, they do. The Djinn might be metaphor, but the voices are real. And the round head paintings. The tall masked figures reaching toward transcendence. They too are evidence of people trying to hear those voices, trying to cross the boundary between ordinary consciousness and something larger, trying to become like the Djinn themselves, beings who could exist in both worlds, who could carry messages between the human and the divine. Perhaps the legend of the frozen Djinn is not about punishment, but about transformation. Perhaps it tells us that spirit becomes stone, that consciousness infuses matter, that the boundary between the living and the non-living is not as absolute as we assume. The rocks do speak. The wind does carry messages. The desert does remember. And the people who painted the round heads knew this. They were documenting not fantasy but experience, the real, lived experience of touching something beyond the ordinary, of becoming, briefly, something more than merely human, of hearing the voices that the stone and wind create together. Where you can see it. You can fly to Janet, a small town on the edge of the plateau, and from there organize tours with licensed Tuareg guides. These guides are often descendants of the people who painted some of the later images in Tassili. They know the safe routes, the locations of the most spectacular rock formations and paintings, the places where water can be found, and the stories that belong to each formation. The most accessible areas for visitors include Sifares, where the Great God and many of the Roundhead paintings are located, reachable by a moderate trek through stunning rock formations. Summers in the Sahara can exceed 50 dC, 122 dC, and the rocks themselves become too hot to touch. Tours typically last several days, camping beneath stars so clear and numerous that you understand why ancient people saw the sky as another realm entirely, close enough to touch, full of stories and possibilities. And at night, in camp, your Tuareg guides might tell you the old stories. About the proper way to greet the formations you'll pass tomorrow. About what to do if you hear your name called. They might be superstitious tales told to entertain tourists. Or they might be warnings passed down through 10,000 years of human experience in this landscape. Knowledge encoded in story, because story is what survives when everything else erodes away. You'll have to visit Tassili to decide for yourself. The curious facts. Ichis, here are some things that will make you smile with wonder. It's not just a collection of weird rocks, but an entire alternate geography, a highland wilderness where different rules seem to apply. The name Tassili Najer means plateau of rivers in the Berber language, a name given when rivers actually flowed here. The irony is poetic. The driest desert on Earth is named for water that hasn't flowed for 8,000 years. But the name preserves memory, keeps alive what the land once was, ensures that even in absolute aridity, we remember, this was not always so. The rock art spans a period of about 12,000 years, making it one of the longest continuous artistic traditions anywhere on Earth. From 10,000 BC to roughly 1000 AD, people came to these rocks and added their images to the walls. That's longer than recorded history. That's longer than agriculture. That's longer than cities or writing or almost anything we think of as fundamental to human civilization. The paintings are not graffiti or decoration. They're concentrated in specific areas, often in places that are difficult to reach, suggesting these were sacred sites, pilgrimage destinations, places people came specifically to create and view art. This was not casual doodling. This was intentional, meaningful, sacred work. Some of the images show extinct animals that scientists didn't know had lived in the Sahara until these paintings proved it. The rock art became a scientific document, showing us a fauna and flora that left no other trace. The sandstone formations are so dramatically eroded that some appear to defy gravity. Massive boulders balanced on tiny pedestals, arches so delicate they seem impossible, towers so tall and slender that you expect them to topple in the next wind. Yet they've stood for millions of years and will stand for millions more. What appears fragile is actually perfectly balanced, tested by time, proven by survival. And here's perhaps the most touching fact. Some of the paintings include human handprints. Not images of hands, but actual handprints. Someone pressing their palm against the rock and blowing pigment around it, creating a negative image, a signature, a message across millennia that says simply, I was here. I lived. You can visit Tassili today and stand in front of those handprints and place your own hand over them, matching palm to palm across 10,000 years, touching across a gulf of time so vast that it should be unbridgeable, but somehow isn't. Because a hand is a hand, a human is a human, and the desire to be remembered, to leave a mark, to say I existed, that transcends everything. What the Djinn teach. It's about transformation, about presence, about the way consciousness infuses landscape until the landscape itself becomes a kind of being. The Djinn are not just in the stones, they are the stones. The formations that look like dancers are dancers, frozen not as penalty but as apotheosis, achieving their final form, becoming permanent expressions of the energy they once embodied in more fluid ways. This is not death, it's metamorphosis. It's the same transformation that turns carbon under pressure into diamond, that turns ancient forests into coal, that turns lived experience into memory, and memory into story, and story into something that outlasts the people who first told it. The Djinn teach us that spirit becomes matter, that matter carries spirit, that the boundary between them is negotiable. They teach us that voices persist beyond bodies, that presence lingers beyond life, that what seems solid and dead might be watching, listening, remembering. And they teach us humility. In the presence of these formations, rocks shaped by time into forms that suggest intention without proving it, that create sounds that seem meaningful without being language, that stand as evidence of forces and durations beyond human scale, you feel your own smallness. Not as diminishment, but as truth. Because you are here, you are seeing this. You are adding your footprints to the paths that cross this plateau, adding your breath to the air that whistles through these formations, adding your wonder to the 10,000 years of human wonder that these rocks have witnessed. The handprints on the walls, Each handprint mattered to the person who made it. Each visitor to Tassili matters in the moment of their visiting. We all add to the story, whether our names survive or not. The low angle of light creates shadows that move and shift, making formations appear to sway, to turn, to step forward. The temperature differential between sun-heated stone and cooling air creates wind, and that wind begins its evening song through the formations. This is when you understand the legend most completely. The Djinn are dancing, still dancing, always dancing. The dance that began before humans painted the first round head and will continue long after the last tourist departs and the last guide retires, and even the paintings fade into barely visible suggestions on weathered stone. The dance is not about reaching an end. It's about the eternal present of movement, of transformation, of energy flowing through form. The Djinn were frozen mid-step, not to stop the dance, but to make it permanent, to turn a moment into forever, to prove that beauty can endure even as the world around it changes beyond recognition. The green land became desert, the rivers vanished, the elephants died, the people moved away. But the dance continues, in stone, in wind, in the stories we tell and the art we preserve and the wonder we feel when we stand among these formations and hear the evening wind begin its song. This is what eternity looks like, not unchanging but transforming. Not eternal life, but eternal presence. Not the preservation of what was, but the continuation of what matters. The Djinn don't dance the same dance they danced when they were flesh and fire. They dance the dance that stone and wind allow, slower but no less real, silent but speaking volumes, frozen but somehow still full of motion. And we, the brief visitors, the temporary witnesses, we add our moment to their eternity. We see, we wonder, we remember. We tell the story to someone else, passing it forward, ensuring that the Djinn will be remembered, not just as stone, but as the spirits they were, as the voices they remain, as the dancers who never stopped dancing even when the music changed from song to wind. The promise of the plateau. that stories persist when languages die. That human creativity, the urge to make meaning and beauty, survives climate change and cultural collapse and the passage of thousands of years. It tells us that consciousness is not separate from matter, but intimately intertwined with it. That what we experience as spirit might be as real as stone. It tells us that the desert keeps faith with those who pass through it, preserving their handprints and paintings and stories, holding them safe against erosion's best efforts, ensuring that someday someone will stand in front of these images and understand we are not the first to wonder, to seek, to reach beyond ourselves towards something greater. The Djinn are frozen, but not gone. The hands pressed against rock 10,000 years ago are still reaching toward us across time. And the wind. The plateau stands. The paintings endure. The voices continue. And somewhere in the stone forest, if you walk quietly enough, if you listen carefully enough, if you approach with humility and respect and wonder, you might hear your name called in the wind. And then you'll have to decide, do you answer? Do you enter into conversation with something you don't fully understand? Something that's been here far longer than you? Something that knows the deep stories of this place? The Djinn are waiting. They're always waiting. Perhaps today, that listener is you. The wind begins its evening song, and somewhere in that song you hear something that might be your name. They have nothing but time. Dragon's blood. Sapphire. This is Socotra, and it is home to trees that bleed, not metaphorically, not in the poetic sense, literally. Cut the bark of these ancient trees and red sap flows out, thick and resinous, the exact color of blood. This sap was traded across the ancient world, to Egypt for embalming, to Rome for medicine, to Greece for dyes. Emperors paid fortunes for it. It appears in medieval grimoires as a magical ingredient. Stradivarius himself used it in the varnish for his violins. But before we speak of chemistry and botany, before we explore why these trees exist nowhere else on Earth, we must tell the story that the island people have told for thousands of years. The story of how these bleeding trees came to be. The legend of the dragon and the elephant. In the time before time, when the world was young and beings of power walked openly beneath the sun, Socotra was different from other lands. It had always been isolated, pushed up from the sea by forces deep beneath the earth, separated from continents by hundreds of miles of open water. This isolation made it a refuge, a place where ancient creatures could live undisturbed, following patterns established millions of years before humans learned to make fire. Among these ancient ones was a dragon, not the fire-breathing monster of European tales, not the wise serpent of Chinese legend, but something older and stranger. A being of pure elemental force, guardian of the island's springs and keeper of its secrets. The dragon was ancient when the first humans arrived, had been ancient when the island itself rose from the waves. It was woven into the land itself, inseparable from the rocks and water and wind. The dragon lived in the high plateau at the island's center, where mist gathered in the mornings and stars seemed close enough to touch at night. There, it guarded a spring. The dragon did not hoard gold or treasure like the dragons of other stories. It hoarded life itself, the precious water without which nothing could survive. And the dragon was lonely. For millennia, it had lived alone, the only one of its kind, watching the seabirds come and go, watching the stars wheel overhead, watching but never connecting, present but never participating. The island was full of strange creatures found nowhere else. Plants and birds and insects that had evolved in isolation into forms that seemed almost imaginary. But the dragon was singular. There were no others. There would never be others. How it got there, the stories don't quite agree. Some say it swam, driven by thirst or madness, or the same mysterious compulsion that sends whales to beach themselves. Some say it rode a storm, clinging to a floating tree until waves cast it onto Socotra's shore. Some say it walked across a land bridge that existed briefly when sea levels dropped, then found itself stranded when the waters rose again. However it arrived, it was magnificent. A great white elephant, larger than any that walk the earth today, with tusks like ivory columns and eyes that held intelligence and sorrow in equal measure. It was ancient too, not as old as the dragon, but old enough. And it was, like the dragon, alone. The elephant wandered the island, eating the strange plants, sheltering under the bizarre trees, searching for fresh water. Eventually, inevitably, it climbed to the high plateau and found the spring the dragon guarded. What happened next is the heart of the story. Some versions say the dragon attacked immediately, furious that this intruder dared approach the sacred spring. Some say the elephant charged first, driven by desperation and thirst beyond bearing. But the oldest versions, the ones the elders tell when they're serious and the night is deep, say something different. They say the two ancient beings recognized each other. They say the dragon and the elephant looked into each other's eyes and saw the same thing: loneliness. The burden of being singular, of being the last or the only, of carrying inside yourself the memory of things no one else remembers because no one else is old enough to have seen them. They say that for a moment, two beings from different realms, built on different patterns, following different laws, but joined by the same essential solitude. And then, because the story must have conflict, because peace is harder than war, because even understanding sometimes isn't enough to prevent tragedy, they fought. The battle that shook the world. The dragon used all its ancient power, wind and lightning and the weight of elemental force. The elephant used its massive strength, its ivory tusks, and the stubborn will that elephants are famous for. The quality that makes them walk 1,000 miles to remember a waterhole, that makes them mourn their dead, that makes them choose the herd over their own survival. They fought across the plateau and down the slopes. They fought through the groves of strange trees and across the dry riverbeds. They fought until they were both wounded beyond healing, until the elephant's white hide was stained with blood and the dragon's ancient scales were cracked and broken. In the end, there was no winner. There couldn't be. The battle ended when both collapsed at the same moment, the elephant falling first, the dragon crashing down beside it seconds later. They died within sight of each other. These two ancient, lonely, powerful beings, their blood mixing in the soil where they fell. And then the miracle happened. Where their blood soaked into the earth, something began to grow. Not immediately. But over seasons and years, trees began to push up from that blood-soaked soil. Strange trees unlike any others on Earth. Trees with thick trunks and branches that spread upward and outward in perfect umbrella shapes. Trees with bark that, when cut, bled red sap the color of the dragon's blood and the elephant's blood mixed together. The islanders called them dragon's blood trees, though they might just as well have called them elephant's blood trees, or loneliness trees, or memory trees. Because that's what they are. Living monuments to a battle that came from isolation, to two beings who fought because they couldn't find another way to connect, to blood spilled that became not death, but life. The trees grew slowly, as ancient things do. They spread across the high plateaus, forming forests that looked like nothing else anywhere. Umbrella forests, cathedral forests, forests that seemed designed by a mind that had never seen Earth's other trees and decided to invent something completely new. And they lived. Oh, how they lived. 600 years. 800. Some say 1,000 years or more. These individual trees, standing through empires rising and falling, through the island being claimed by different powers, through ships of every nation stopping to trade for the precious resin they produced. The trees became the dragon and the elephant's legacy. Not conquest, not victory, but new life, strange life, life that bore witness to their battle and their loneliness and the blood they shed when understanding wasn't enough to bridge the distance between different kinds of being. The curious ecology of isolation. But legends, as always, point toward truths larger than facts. Socotra really is one of the most isolated places on Earth. It's separated from the mainland about 16 million years ago, roughly the same time our hominid ancestors were diverging from other apes. For all those millions of years, it has been evolving in isolation, developing plants and animals found nowhere else in the world. About 37% of Socotra's plant species are endemic, meaning they exist here and only here. That's an extraordinary number, comparable only to places like the Galapagos or Hawaii. But what makes Socotra even more remarkable is how strange these endemic species are. The dragon's blood. There's the desert rose, Adenium obesum, which looks like a miniature baobab made of wax. There's the cucumber tree. There are plants that look like they were designed by an alien intelligence with only a vague understanding of what Earth plants should look like. The dragon's blood. Trees themselves are evolutionary marvels. The dense canopy creates a microclimate beneath it, cooler and more humid, than the surrounding landscape. This allows seedlings to grow in the tree's own shade and captures moisture from the clouds that brush across the plateau. In fact, the canopy can capture up to 40% of the moisture from passing clouds, even though Socotra receives almost no rainfall. This is called horizontal precipitation. And it's the secret to how these trees survive in an environment that should be too dry to support them. The trees can live for 600 to 1,000 years, maybe longer. We're not entirely sure because counting growth rings in these trees is nearly impossible due to their unusual cellular structure. What we do know is that individual trees standing today were saplings when the Crusades were raging, when Genghis Khan was conquering Asia, when the printing press was invented. And yes, they really do bleed. Cut the bark and red sap flows out, thick and resinous. This is the dragon's blood that gave the tree its name, a resin that has been traded for at least 2,000 years, probably much longer. The ancient Greeks wrote about it. The Romans used it. Medieval alchemists treasured it. The resin has actual medicinal properties. It's antimicrobial and can help wounds heal. Ancient embalmers used it in mummification. Artists used it as a dye and varnish. Stradivarius allegedly used it in his violin varnishes, though whether this contributed to their legendary sound quality is debated. But beyond its practical uses, dragon's blood has always been magical. Not in the sense of supernatural power, but in the sense that it seems magical. A tree that bleeds red, that lives for centuries, that grows in shapes found nowhere else, that exists on an island so isolated it might as well be another world. The many meanings of blood. Different cultures have told different stories about the dragon's blood trees, and each story reveals something about how people understand the relationship between life and death, violence and creation, isolation and connection. The ancient Greeks, who received dragon's blood resin through Arabian traders, wove it into the story of Heracles. In their version, the dragon-laden guardian of the golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides was killed by Heracles, and where the dragon's blood fell, these trees grew. It's a typical Greek myth. A hero kills a monster, and from death comes something valuable. The Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder had a different theory. He wrote that dragons' blood trees grew where dragons and elephants fought to the death, their blood mixing in the soil. This is remarkably close to the Socotra legend, suggesting the story is very old indeed, perhaps carried by sailors and traders across the ancient world. Local Socotra tradition sometimes connects the trees to Cain and Abel, the first murder in the Abrahamic tradition. In this version, where Abel's innocent blood soaked the ground, these trees grew as a reminder that from violence can come life, but life that bears witness to the violence, that never lets us forget the price paid. What's fascinating is that all these stories share a common theme. Blood spilled becomes life. Death transforms into growth. Violence somehow produces beauty. The trees are monuments, not to victory, but to cost, not to triumph, but to sacrifice. This might seem dark, but there's something profoundly hopeful about it too. It says that even from the worst moments, from battle, from murder, from loneliness, so profound it leads to desperate conflict. Not justification for the violence, but redemption beyond it. Not erasure of the wound, but healing that incorporates the scar. The dragon's blood. Don't pretend the battle didn't happen. They bleed when wounded, remembering. But they live for centuries, spreading their umbrella crowns to shelter other life, catching moisture to create oases of growth, proving that from bloodshed can come centuries of quiet patience, of slow growth, of stubborn survival. Where you can see it. You can fly from Abu Dhabi or Cairo to Socotra's small airport, though flights are infrequent and often subject to weather delays. The island has limited tourist infrastructure, which is part of its charm. No chain hotels, no cruise ships, no crowds of tourists photographing each other in front of landmarks. What it has instead are small guest houses, local guides who are often fishermen or farmers, sharing their knowledge as a side business, and landscapes so strange you'll spend the first day just staring, unable to quite believe what you're seeing. The dragon's blood trees are concentrated in a few specific areas. Dixam Plateauish is the most accessible and spectacular. Here, ancient forests of dragon's blood trees spread across the limestone plateau, their umbrella crowns creating a landscape that looks more like fantasy art than reality. You can camp beneath these trees, watching how their shapes change in different light, solid and sculptural at midday, mysterious and almost animated at dawn and dusk. Firmhin is higher and more remote, home to even older trees arranged in groves that the locals call cemeteries of the trees. Not because the trees are dead, but because they stand like ancient grave markers, witnessing centuries, remembering things no human could remember. Homehill offers not just dragon's blood trees, but a natural infinity pool at the edge of a cliff, where you can swim while looking out over the Arabian Sea, surrounded by trees that seem to belong on another planet. The best time to visit is between October and April, when temperatures are moderate and the northeast monsoon brings some moisture to the air. Summer is brutally hot, and the southwest monsoon makes the sea too rough for safe boat travel. Local guides will show you not just the trees, but the whole bizarre ecosystem. The bottle trees that look like swollen columns, the desert roses with their huge bulbous trunks, the frankincense trees that still produce aromatic resins, and if you're lucky, your guide will cut a small branch from a dragon's blood tree. They have permission from the local authorities for this. Don't try it yourself, and show you how the red sap flows out, thick and resinous, the color of blood. You can touch it, smell it. It has a faint, pleasant scent, and understand viscerally why people have been fascinated by these trees for thousands of years. The curious facts the island teaches. Here are some things that will fill you with wonder. Socotra is sometimes called the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean, because its isolation has produced similar evolutionary weirdness. But unlike the Galapagos, which is relatively young, about 5 million years old, Socotra is ancient. 16 million years of isolation has allowed truly strange adaptations to develop. The island has no venomous snakes, no dangerous mammals, few aggressive insects. The most dangerous thing you're likely to encounter is the sun, or the possibility of getting lost in the interior mountains. Dragon's blood resin was worth more than gold in medieval Europe. It was used not just in medicine and art, but in magic rituals, in alchemy, and as a high-status trade good that demonstrated a merchant's far-reaching connections. To possess dragon's blood meant you had access to the exotic, the rare, the strange. Seedlings take years to establish, and growth is almost imperceptible by human timescales. This made sense in the stable island environment where there was little pressure to grow fast. But now, with climate change and increasing temperatures, this slow reproduction is a vulnerability. The trees are listed as vulnerable by the IUCN, at risk of extinction in our lifetimes. The umbrella crown isn't just for moisture collection. It's also a strategy for maximizing photosynthesis with minimal water use. The dense canopy means each leaf is shaded by others, reducing water loss from transpiration, while still capturing enough sunlight for energy production. It's an elegant solution to the problem of how to be a tree in a nearly waterless environment. Some of the largest dragon's blood trees have crowns over 30 feet across, wide enough to shelter a small house. Sitting beneath one is like sitting inside a natural pavilion, protected from sun and wind, surrounded by the tree's twisted trunk and branches that seem to defy gravity with their horizontal growth patterns. The trees are wind-pollinated, which seems almost impossible given their shape and isolation. The flowers are small and unremarkable, but they produce pollen that the constant island winds carry from tree to tree, ensuring genetic diversity even across the sparse populations on the plateau. Local people have dozens of uses for every part of the tree. The resin, obviously, but also the leaves for animal fodder, the wood for construction, though cutting living trees is now restricted, the shade for shelter. The trees have been woven into island life for as long as people have lived on Socotra, which is thousands of years. And here's perhaps the most poignant fact. Scientists studying climate change effects on Socotra have found that the dragon's blood trees are showing signs of stress. Regeneration is declining. Seedling survival is dropping. These ancient survivors, these witnesses to millions of years of planetary change, might not survive our century of rapid human-caused climate shifts. We may be living in the last era when these trees exist. Just bare plateau with perhaps a few twisted trunks remaining as monuments to what was lost. This makes seeing them now not just tourism, but witnessing. You are seeing something that may not persist. Your photographs may become historical documents. Your memories may be proof that once these impossible trees spread their umbrellas across stone plateaus on an island that evolution forgot. What the trees teach. The dragon's blood. Trees are not just plants. They are teachers, ambassadors from deep time, living proof that isolation can produce not just difference, but magnificence. They teach us that being alone doesn't mean being unable to thrive. These trees evolved in isolation from other Dracaena species, cut off from the genetic exchange that usually drives plant evolution, and they didn't just survive. They innovated. They created entirely new strategies for living, new forms that no other trees have independently evolved. They teach us that violence can transform into life. Whether you believe the literal legend or understand it as metaphor, the message is the same. From bloodshed can come growth. Not immediately, not easily, but over time, with patience, with the slow alchemy that turns crisis into adaptation, wound into scar, scar into strength. They teach us about time. A tree that lives for 1,000 years operates on scales that dwarf human concerns. Kings rise and fall. Civilizations emerge and collapse. The tree just grows, slowly, patiently, adding another ring too thin to see, reaching its umbrella a few millimeters wider, collecting moisture from passing clouds, unconcerned with urgency, because it has centuries to accomplish what must be accomplished. They teach us about community. Though each tree stands separate, they create forests that function as collective systems. The moisture one tree captures benefits the seedlings around it. The shade one tree casts creates microclimates where other life can thrive. They are individuals, yes, but they are also participants in larger patterns of mutual support. And they teach us about vulnerability. These ancient, resilient trees are now threatened, not by any natural predator or competitor. They have none on Socotra, but by changes happening so fast, their slow adaptation strategies can't keep pace. Climate change, increased grazing pressure from expanding goat populations, changing rainfall patterns, all are stressing these trees in ways they've never experienced before. The dragon and the elephant in the legend were alone, unique, the last of their kinds. And they fought because loneliness made connection difficult, because being unique made them vulnerable, because isolation, even when it produces magnificence, also produces fragility. The dragon's blood trees are teaching us the same lesson now, that uniqueness is precious but precarious, that isolation creates marvels but also vulnerability, that we need to protect what is rare and strange and wonderful before it vanishes entirely. The eternal umbrellas. But let's not end on sadness. Let's end where the legend ends, with transformation, with life emerging from death, with the possibility of redemption. Arrive early, before the heat builds, when the air is cool and the light is soft. Walk among the dragon's blood trees as the sun colors them. Gold and pink and red colors that echo the blood in their name, but transformed into beauty, into light, into morning. Stand beneath one of the ancient trees, its umbrella crown spread wide above you, and feel the space it creates, cooler than the surrounding plateau, quieter, protected. A small oasis of gentleness in a harsh landscape. Touch the trunk carefully, respectfully. Feel the roughness of bark that has weathered centuries of sun and wind. Notice how the tree isn't struggling or straining. It just is. Patiently existing, doing what it has always done, following patterns established millions of years before your species learned to walk upright. If you're very lucky, you might see a small dragon's blood sapling growing in the shade of an ancient tree. This is hope made visible. This is the future, tentative but present, growing slowly but growing nonetheless. Not their lives continuing. This is the promise the trees whisper in their ancient patience, that nothing is ever truly lost if it transforms into something else. That death is not ending but changing. That blood spilled on dry ground can become forests. That two lonely beings fighting can create a legacy of life that outlasts empires. The trees stand. They have stood for centuries. They will stand for centuries more if we protect them, if we value strangeness, if we understand that diversity is not just nice but necessary. The dragon and the elephant are gone, but their trees remain, spreading umbrellas against the sky, bleeding red when wounded, patient as stone, old as mountains, teaching everyone who comes to Socotra the same lessons they've been teaching for thousands of years. From conflict can come creation. From death can come life. From isolation can come forms found nowhere else. From loneliness can come legacies that outlast the lonely. From blood can come forests. Stand beneath the umbrellas. Feel the shade. Touch the trunk that bleeds. And remember, you are seeing something rare and strange and wonderful, something that exists nowhere else, something that the universe spent 16 million years creating. The trees are not just plants, they are monuments, they are teachers. They are ambassadors from an evolutionary pathway that diverged from Earth's main story millions of years ago and followed its own narrative to this impossible conclusion: trees that look like umbrellas and bleed like dragons. The legend is true. Not literally, perhaps, but truly. Not with scales and tusks, but with evolutionary pressure and environmental challenge, and the slow struggle to exist in isolation. Persistent, patient, magnificent. The story remains, told by islanders and visitors and anyone who stands beneath those umbrella crowns and understands they're standing in the presence of something ancient and strange and utterly worth protecting. The dragon's blood flows. The elephant's blood flows. Both are present in every tree, in every drop of red resin, in every seed that might become the next generation of these impossible beings. Life finds a way, even from death, even from violence, even from loneliness. Especially from loneliness, perhaps, because the trees that grew from the dragon and the elephant's blood are not alone. They stand in forests. They create shade for each other. They shelter new growth. From two lonely beings came a forest of community. From blood spilled came life that endures. From an ancient battle came trees that teach peace. This is the promise of dragon's blood. This is what Socotra whispers to everyone who visits. Life persists. Beauty emerges. Hope grows, slowly but surely, under umbrella crowns that have sheltered seedlings for 1,000 years. The story continues, always. The Sunken Kingdom. Not ordinary stones. Carved stones, shaped stones, stones that bear the mark of human hands from a time no one can quite agree on. They wash these stones clean of seaweed and sand, turn them over in calloused hands, and wonder what city lies beneath the waves, what kingdom the ocean swallowed, what glory the sea remembers that the land has forgotten. They call it Dwarka. But before we dive beneath the waters, before we explore the archaeological mysteries that lie in the depths, we must tell the story as it has been told for thousands of years, sung in temples and whispered on fishing boats, carried in ancient texts and living memory both. The Lord of Dwarka. Krishna was not supposed to be a king. He was supposed to be a cowherd, a flute player, a divine child who charmed butter from churns and danced with milkmaids under the moon. But destiny, as it so often does, had other plans. Born into royalty but raised in hiding, saved from his murderous uncle by parents who smuggled him away to a humble village. Krishna grew up among cows and simple people, learning the ways of the earth before he learned the ways of power. He played his flute, and peacocks would dance. He smiled, and hearts would melt. He was mischievous and wise, playful and profound, fully divine and fully human all at once. But eventually, his true identity was revealed. He defeated his uncle, freed his parents from prison, and restored his grandfather to the throne. He should have claimed his kingdom then. The prophecy was fulfilled, the tyrant overthrown, the prince revealed. Krishna's story was just beginning. His uncle had allies, demons and dark kings who did not take kindly to their patron's defeat. They came for Krishna's people, army after army, siege after siege. The Yadavas, Krishna's people, were brave but outnumbered. They could win battles, but they were losing the war of attrition. So Krishna made a decision that changed everything. He would build a new city. Not just any city. A city so magnificent, so perfectly defended, so divinely ordained that it would be a safe haven for his people for generations to come. A city where they could live not in constant siege, but in prosperity and peace. A city worthy of the divine presence that walked among them. He chose a location on the western coast where the sea met the land in an embrace of tides and shore. And there, according to the Mahabharata and Puranas, he built Dwarka, the city of light. But listen to them carefully, because even exaggeration points toward truth. Even hyperbole emerges from something real. Not by human hands alone, but with the help of Vishwakarma, the divine architect, the cosmic craftsman who designed the universe itself. Together, Krishna and Vishwakarma called forth a city from the waves, or perhaps called the land up from beneath the waves. The city was planned in perfect geometric precision. Square blocks arranged in grid patterns, streets running straight and true, walls fortified with mathematics as much as stone. This was not organic growth, but intentional design. A city imagined completely before the first stone was laid, then manifested into reality through a combination of human labor and divine assistance. The palaces were said to shine like stars. Roofs plated with gold caught the sun and reflected it back tenfold. Walls were built of crystal and silver, or at least of white stone polished so smooth it seemed translucent. At night, the city glowed with lamps and torches and something else, a luminosity that came from the city itself, as if the very stones had absorbed light during the day and released it gently after dark. The texts say Dwarka had 900,000 palaces. This is clearly symbolic, 900,000 being a sacred number, a way of saying countless or more than you can imagine. But even if we divide by 10 or 100, we're still talking about a city of extraordinary size and wealth. A true urban center, not a village or even a town, but a metropolis by ancient standards. The harbor was Dwarka's glory. Built on the sea, it had to be a maritime power, and Krishna understood this. The descriptions speak of sophisticated docks and piers, of channels dredged deep enough for large ships, of breakwaters that protected the harbor from storms. Ships came from across the Indian Ocean, from Arabia and Africa, from Southeast Asia and beyond, bringing trade goods and tribute, taking away textiles and spices and the fame of the Golden City. But most importantly, the texts say Dwarka was a city of joy. Krishna lived there with his queens, 8 principal wives and, according to some accounts, 16,100 others. This number is again symbolic, representing completeness and abundance rather than literal count. But the point is that Dwarka was full of families, of children playing in the streets, of festivals and music and dancing. Krishna, who had spent his youth playing the flute for cows, now played for an entire city, and the city danced. For decades, Dwarka stood as a jewel on the western coast. It was attacked, certainly. The fortifications worked, the divine protection held, the city prospered. Krishna ruled not as a tyrant, but as a friend. He walked among his people, ate with them, danced with them. He was king and cowherd both, never forgetting the lessons learned in his humble village, never allowing power to separate him from the humanity he had chosen to embody. And then, as all things must, it came to an end. Krishna's own clan, the Yadavas, fell into conflict, not invasion from outside, but destruction from within. Brothers turned against brothers, friends against friends. A curse spoken in anger became reality, and the Yadavas began to destroy themselves in a civil war that made no sense, served no purpose, but couldn't be stopped. Krishna watched his people tear themselves apart. He tried to intervene, to mediate, to stop the madness. But even divine power has limits when humans exercise their free will toward self-destruction. The prophecy could not be prevented. The curse could not be lifted. The cycle had to complete. When nearly all the Yadavas lay dead, when the city that had been so full of joy was now full of grief, Krishna knew it was time. His purpose on earth was complete. The era of his direct presence in the world was ending. A new age was beginning, one in which humans would have to navigate their own path without his physical presence to guide them. He went into the forest to meditate, and there, through accident or design, depending on which telling you believe, a hunter's arrow struck him in the heel, his one vulnerable spot. As he lay dying, Krishna forgave the hunter, blessed him, and then, peacefully, left his body behind. The texts say that when Krishna departed, the age itself changed. The Dvapara Yuga ended, and the Kali Yuga began. The current age, characterized by moral confusion and spiritual darkness compared to the clarity and divine presence of earlier times. And the texts describe it almost tenderly, as if the ocean were reclaiming something that had always belonged to it, folding the golden city back into the waters from which it came. One moment, Dwarka stood, shining in the sun. By the next morning, the city was gone, visible only as shapes beneath clear water, lost to the human world but preserved in the ocean's keeping. The texts are clear about why this happened. Dwarka had been built for Krishna and the Yadavas. With both gone, it had no purpose in the world of men. Rather than let it decay or be conquered or turn to other uses, it was better to let the sea take it, to preserve it in timeless depths, to make it a memory rather than a ruin. Some survivors escaped, enough to tell the story, to preserve the memory, to build a new settlement nearby that would carry forward the name and the connection to the divine Lord who had once walked its streets. But the original city, the Golden City, Krishna's Dwarka, the whispers from the deep for millennia. The story of Dwarka was classified as myth, as religious legend, as beautiful poetry, but not historical fact. Scholars noted that the descriptions were two fantastical cities built in a day, walls of crystal, 900,000 palaces. Obviously symbolic, obviously exaggerated, obviously not something that could be verified. But fishermen kept pulling up carved stones in their nets. Divers kept reporting structures beneath the waves. Local knowledge insisted that, yes, there was something down there, something real, something that matched at least the basic outline of the legend. In 1963, an archaeologist named S.R. Rao decided to take the stories seriously. What if there was truth beneath the exaggeration? What if a real city had existed, and the fantastic descriptions were the ancient equivalent of calling something awesome or incredible, hyperbole meant to convey magnitude rather than literal description? He began excavations on land first at the modern town of Dwarka and found something remarkable. The site had been continuously occupied for thousands of years. Layer upon layer of settlement, going back and back and back. And as he dug deeper, he found fortified structures, pottery consistent with the Mahabharata period, evidence of sophisticated urban planning. Then he went underwater. What he found in the ocean off the coast of Dwarka has been the subject of debate, excitement, and controversy ever since. Pillars, all lying 30 to 40 feet beneath the surface, covered with marine growth, eroded by centuries of currents, but still recognizable as human-made. The structures appear to be fortifications, walls and towers consistent with a harbor city that needed to defend itself from seaborne attack. The stones are cut and fitted, showing clear evidence of skilled masonry. The layout suggests planning, intentional design, rather than random construction. Carbon dating of materials recovered from the site yielded dates ranging from 1500 BC to much earlier. Some samples suggesting human activity going back 9,000 years or more, though these extreme dates are disputed and require more confirmation. But here's what's not disputed. There are structures underwater off Dwarka. They are old. They are extensive. They are consistent with the existence of a major port city that was subsequently submerged. The curious facts. Sea levels have been rising since the last ice age, which ended about 11,000 years ago. During the Ice Age, sea levels were about 400 feet lower than today. That means vast areas now underwater were once dry land, perfect for human habitation, for building cities, for establishing civilizations. As the ice melted, sea levels rose. Not catastrophically fast, but fast enough that over a human lifetime, you could watch the sea claim land your grandparents had farmed. Coastal cities would have been particularly vulnerable. A city built right at the waterline, taking advantage of harbor access, maritime trade, seafood resources, would have been progressively threatened by rising waters. From this perspective, the story of Dwarka sinking makes perfect sense. Not in a single day, perhaps, but over decades or centuries, as sea levels rose and storm surges pushed further inland, a coastal city could indeed be abandoned and eventually submerged. The Gulf of Kambat, where Dwarka is located, is particularly interesting. Sonar surveys conducted by India's National Institute of Ocean Technology have detected large geometric formations, underwater structures that appear too regular to be natural. Some are nearly a mile long. These haven't been excavated fully. Underwater archaeology is expensive and technically difficult. Interestingly, there are multiple sites around modern Dwarka that show signs of ancient occupation. S.R. Rao identified what he called satellite towns, smaller settlements surrounding a major urban center, exactly what you'd expect from a thriving ancient city. This suggests we're not talking about a single small settlement, but a genuine urban complex with outlying communities. The architectural style of the underwater structures is consistent with the Harappan civilization, one of the world's first urban cultures, contemporary with ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. The Harappans built sophisticated cities with advanced drainage systems, planned layouts, and standardized weights and measures. If Dwarka was part of this cultural sphere, it would indeed have been an impressive place. Inscribed stones have been recovered by fishermen, some showing Brahmi script, an ancient Indian writing system, others with symbols that might predate Brahmi. These artifacts are kept in local museums and private collections, physical evidence that something literate and sophisticated existed here. On nearby Bet Dwarka Island, excavations have revealed continuous occupation going back at least 2,000 years, with some finds suggesting much older activity. This island was likely part of the larger Dwarka complex, perhaps an outer harbor or a religious site associated with the main city. And here's something that will make you smile. Modern Dwarka is still considered one of the 7 most sacred cities in Hinduism. It's a major pilgrimage site, with temples dedicated to Krishna, drawing hundreds of thousands of visitors annually. The spiritual significance didn't sink with the ancient city. It transferred to the new settlement, carrying forward the connection to the divine Lord who once walked here. Where you can see it today. Modern Dwarka is easily accessible. You can fly to Jamnagar and drive about 2 hours to the coast, or take a train directly to Dwarka. In the town, you can visit Dwarkadish Temple, a magnificent 16th century structure built over what locals believe are the remains of Krishna's original palace. The temple's architecture is stunning. Pilgrims come here to connect with Krishna's presence, believing that though the Golden City sank, the spiritual reality of Dwarka remains accessible. Bet. On the island, you'll find ancient temples and archaeological sites. Local guides can show you the spots where artifacts have been found, and if you're lucky, fishermen might show you carved stones they've recovered from the sea. The Marine Archaeology Museum. In Dwarka houses many of the artifacts recovered from underwater excavations. Anchors, pottery, stone anchors, some weighing several tons, suggesting large ships, and architectural fragments. It's a small museum, but packed with evidence that challenges the divide between myth and history. For certified divers, there are occasional opportunities to dive the underwater sites, though these are strictly regulated to prevent damage to the remains. Swimming among the submerged walls, touching stones that might have been part of Krishna's city, is an experience that transcends ordinary tourism. It's communion with deep time, connection with story made physical. Even if you don't dive, you can take boat tours that use glass-bottom boats to view some of the shallower structures. On clear days, when the Arabian Sea is calm, you can see shapes beneath the waves, rectangular formations, aligned stones, structures that don't look natural. And you can talk to the fishermen. Many families have been fishing these waters for generations, and they have their own knowledge, their own stories about what lies beneath. They'll tell you where not to cast nets because there are too many stones. They'll show you the carved blocks they've pulled up. They'll tell you that yes, there is a city down there, and yes, they believe it's Krishna's Dwarka. The locals take the legend seriously. For them, it's not ancient history, but living tradition, not academic question, but spiritual reality. Krishna walked here. He built a city here. The city sank, but the connection remains. They are old, at least several thousand years, possibly much older. here's what we don't know: exactly when these structures were built, what purpose they served, how extensive the site really is, and whether they definitively connect to the Krishna story. Marine archaeology is difficult. Underwater excavation is slow, expensive, and technically challenging. Sediment covers much of the site. Currents and tides limit diving time. Funding is limited. Each season reveals a little more, but we're still far from a complete picture. Some archaeologists are convinced this is Krishna's Dwarka, that the legends preserve genuine historical memory of a major Bronze Age port city that was submerged by sea level rise. Others are more cautious, noting that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and that we need more systematic excavation before making definitive identifications. But here's what's beautiful about the situation: the mystery itself is valuable. The intersection of legend and evidence, story and science, faith and archaeology. This is where knowledge grows, where different ways of understanding the world meet and create something richer than either alone. The fishermen pulling up carved stones don't need academic confirmation. They know. The pilgrims visiting Dwarkadish Temple don't need carbon dates. They feel Krishna's presence. The archaeologists carefully mapping underwater structures are asking different questions, using different methods, but they're investigating the same reality. And that reality is this: something remarkable happened here. Whether you call it Krishna's Golden City or a major Harappan port, or simply an ancient urban center lost to the sea, this place matters. It speaks across time. It refuses to be forgotten. The story of Dwarka is fundamentally hopeful, even though it involves destruction and loss. It teaches us that nothing is truly lost. The Golden City sank, but it wasn't destroyed, it was transformed. It went from being a physical place you could visit to being a spiritual reality you could connect with, from being a specific location to being an idea, an aspiration, a reminder that divinity once walked on earth in tangible form. It teaches us that love persists beyond endings. Krishna is gone. The Yadavas are gone. The original city is gone. But the love that built that city, the devotion that sustained it, the joy that filled its streets, these remain. They're accessible to anyone who visits modern Dwarka, who stands on the shore looking out at the waves, who imagines what lies beneath. It teaches us about the relationship between faith and evidence. For thousands of years, skeptics dismissed Dwarka as pure myth. But the believers kept believing, and the fishermen kept pulling up carved stones, and eventually archaeology caught up with tradition. Sometimes what seems like impossible legend turns out to have a core of historical truth. It teaches us about impermanence in the best way. The most magnificent city, built with divine assistance, blessed by divine presence, still sank beneath the waves when its time was done. This isn't tragedy, it's the natural cycle. Things arise, flourish, pass away, but what matters persists in new forms. Beneath the waves, protected from weathering and human interference, the stones remain. The layout remains. Perhaps someday, when our technology is better, when our understanding is deeper, we'll be able to map the entire submerged city, to walk through it virtually, to reconstruct what it looked like when it stood above the waves. But even if we never do, even if the sea keeps its secrets, the story teaches us what we need to know, that places can be sacred, that love can build cities, that divinity can touch earth, and that when something beautiful passes away, it doesn't cease to exist. It just moves to a different realm, waiting to be rediscovered by those patient and devoted enough to a different realm, waiting to be rediscovered by those patient and devoted. The Eternal City. The Eternal City, as the sun sets over the Arabian Sea, painting the water gold and rose and purple. The waves roll in, eternal and patient, hiding what they hide, revealing what they choose to reveal. Maybe a Harappan port, maybe both. Because maybe the legend and the archaeology are describing the same thing from different perspectives, through different lenses, but pointing toward the same truth. The truth is this: humans built something remarkable here. They created beauty and order on the edge of the ocean. They established a place of prosperity and joy. They succeeded for a time, then passed away, as all things do. In continuous tradition and living faith, in a town that still bears the name Dwarka, still welcomes pilgrims, still tells the story. The sea rose up and claimed the golden city, but it didn't erase it. It kept it safe, preserved it in depths where looters couldn't reach and time couldn't fully destroy. It made Dwarka eternal by making it inaccessible, present but hidden, real but mysterious, lost but not gone. This is what the story promises: that what is loved is never truly lost, that what is sacred persists beyond physical form. That divinity, once present in a place, sanctifies it forever. Krishna walked the streets of Dwarka. He played his flute here, danced here, ruled here, loved here. When he left, the city didn't need to remain above the waves because its purpose was fulfilled. It could sink into memory and ocean both, becoming the kind of place that exists simultaneously in history and mythology, in water and in dream. Fishermen still pull up carved stones. Divers still report seeing walls. Archaeologists still debate the evidence. Pilgrims still come by the thousands. The waves still roll in, patient as eternity, keeping their secrets, revealing them slowly, one stone at a time, one discovery at a time, one generation at a time. The Sunken Kingdom is not dead. It's sleeping, waiting. Held in the ocean's embrace like a child held by a mother, kept safe until the time is right for revelation. And every carved stone that surfaces is a message. I existed. We built this. Beauty was here. Divinity walked here. Joy filled these streets. Love built these walls. Remember us. Remember that nothing good is ever truly lost. The golden city lies beneath the waves, but its light still reaches the surface. Still calling, still teaching anyone who comes to the shore and looks out at the sea and wonders what lies beneath, what was lost, what remains. The answer is the same to all three questions, Dwarka. Krishna's city, the golden city, the place where divinity lived in human form and humans built something worthy of that presence. It's still there, not gone, just hidden. Just beneath the waves, preserved by the ocean that claimed it, protected by the depths that keep it, present in every carved stone, every aligned wall, every fisherman's story, every pilgrim's prayer, every archaeologist's careful mapping, every visitor's wonder. The sunken kingdom endures, not despite the waves, but because of them. And somewhere beneath the waves, preserved in timeless depths, the golden city waits, shining still in its way, calling still to those who know how to listen. Krishna's flute plays on, though the melody is transformed by water, by time, by the journey from history into legend, into something deeper than either. The city sank. The light remains. The waves roll. The story continues. The search goes on. And in the hearts of those who believe, This is eternity, not unchanging permanence, but transformation without loss of essence. The light moves from stone to water to story to spirit, but never goes out. Dwarka remains, will always remain. Golden, sacred, beloved. Sunken but not gone. Hidden but not lost. Waiting beneath the waves for those patient enough, devoted enough, curious enough to seek it. The ocean keeps its promise. The story continues. The city endures, always.